Hello there, my peaceful travellers. Tonight we venture into the mist-shrouded realm of ancient Japan, where the boundary between the mortal world and the realm of spirits grows gossamer thin. Here, in this land of shadow and wonder, the impossible becomes commonplace. Gods walk among mortals wearing human faces. Dragons dwell in palaces beneath the waves, their courts more splendid than any earthly kingdom. The dead do not always rest quietly in their graves, and the moon, that pale guardian of the night, holds secrets that mortal hearts were never meant to bear. These are not mere fairy tales, spun from idle fancy to amuse children. No. These are the old stories, the true stories, passed down through countless generations around flickering hearthfires. They are the tales our ancestors told to explain the inexplicable, to give shape to the shapeless fears that lurk in darkness, and to remind us that we are but small creatures in a vast and mysterious cosmos. Tonight, we will walk alongside a simple fisherman who shows kindness to a wounded creature and finds himself drawn into an underwater realm of breathtaking beauty, only to discover that paradise always demands a price. We will stand with a storm god banished from heaven as he faces a nightmare-made flesh, a serpent of such horror that entire provinces trembled at its coming. We will sit with a blind musician whose gift draws the attention of an audience that has been dead for 7 centuries, and whose performance will cost him dearly. And we will witness the bittersweet tale of a moon child who falls to earth, brings joy to those who find her, and must ultimately return to the cold, distant realm from which she came. These stories speak of transformation and sacrifice, of love that transcends the boundaries of life and death, of courage in the face of impossible odds. They remind us that fate is a thread we cannot escape, no matter how we twist and turn, and they whisper an eternal truth, that beauty and sorrow are inseparable companions, forever intertwined like vines around an ancient stone. So settle in, dear listeners. Let the world you know fade into shadow. Open your heart to these tales from a time when magic was real and the night held wonders and terrors in equal measure. Let us begin. The sun hung low over the tranquil village of Mizunoe, painting the sky in shades of copper and gold. The sea stretched endlessly before the modest fishing hamlet, its surface glittering like scattered coins upon dark silk. Here, in this forgotten corner of the empire, lived a young fisherman named Urashima Taro. Taro was a man of simple wants and gentle disposition. Each dawn found him pushing his small boat from the sandy shore, casting his nets into the yielding waters. Each evening saw him return with his modest catch, enough to sustain himself and his aging parents who waited in their weathered cottage at the village edge. On this particular day, as Taro made his way homeward along the beach, his sandals scuffing through the cooling sand, he heard a sound that arrested his steps. Laughter. Cruel and mocking, it drifted from a cluster of rocks jutting from the shallows. Drawing closer, Taro beheld a sight that stirred his compassion. A group of village children, their faces flushed with thoughtless cruelty, had surrounded a sea turtle. The creature, ancient and ponderous, struggled helplessly as the children pelted it with stones and prodded it with driftwood sticks. Its weathered shell bore fresh scratches, and its dark eyes held a depth of suffering that seemed almost human. "Stop!" Taro's voice rang out across the beach, sharp as a blade unsheathed. The children froze, then scattered like startled sparrows, their laughter dying in their throats. They knew Taro as a kind man, but there was steel in his voice now that brooked no defiance. Alone with the turtle, Taro knelt in the wet sand. The creature regarded him with those fathomless eyes, unmoving save for the gentle rise and fall of its ancient breath. "Forgive them," Taro murmured, running his weathered hand across the turtle's shell. "They are young and understand little of the suffering they cause." With great care, Taro lifted the turtle, surprisingly heavy despite its injuries, and waded into the shallows. The water embraced his legs, cool and welcoming. He lowered the creature gently into the waves and watched as it paddled slowly away from shore, turning once to fix him with that penetrating gaze before disappearing beneath the darkening waters. Taro thought little more of the incident. Days blurred together in the rhythm of his simple life. Wake, fish, return, sleep. The turtle became a fading memory, relegated to that dim gallery where kind deeds rest, unremembered and unrewarded. But the sea, it seemed, had a longer memory. 7 days after his encounter with the turtle, Taro was far from shore, his nets cast wide when he heard a voice calling his name. It drifted across the water, melodious and strange, seeming to emanate from the depth themselves. "Urashima Taro, Urashima Taro." Peering over the side of his boat, Taro gasped. There, breaking the surface with barely a ripple, was the turtle he had saved. But this was no ordinary animal. It spoke with a voice like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. "Noble fisherman," the turtle intoned, "you showed compassion when cruelty was easier. You granted mercy where none was required. The dragon king of the sea has heard of your kindness and wishes to reward you. Will you come with me to the palace beneath the waves, to Ryugu-jo, the jeweled halls at the bottom of the ocean?" Taro's mind reeled. Tales of Ryugu-jo were known to every child in every fishing village along the coast. A palace of impossible splendor, where time moved differently and the Dragon King held court, surrounded by wonders beyond mortal comprehension. But these were stories, myths, the stuff of children's fancies. Yet here was a talking turtle, its eyes gleaming with otherworldly intelligence. "How would I breathe?" Taro asked, his practical nature asserting itself even in the face of the miraculous. "Climb upon my back," the turtle replied. "The Dragon King's magic will sustain you. You will be as comfortable in the deeps as you are in your own home." What draws a man to abandon all he knows? Was it curiosity, destiny, or perhaps that secret desire that lives in every human heart? The yearning to touch something greater than the grey tedium of daily existence. Taro climbed onto the turtle's broad back. The descent began slowly, almost imperceptibly. The water rose around Taro, cool at first, then strangely warm. He drew a breath, expecting his lungs to fill with brine and death, but instead tasted air, sweet and clean as a mountain morning. The turtle had spoken true. The magic held. Down they went, down through shifting layers of blue and green and violet. Schools of fish parted before them like courtiers making way for royalty. Forests of kelp swayed in currents Taro could not feel, their fronds reaching upward like supplicants in prayer. Strange, luminous creatures drifted past, jellies pulsing with ghostly light, eels with eyes like embers, things for which Taro had no names. The light changed, grew dimmer, then suddenly blazed forth with renewed brilliance, and Taro beheld Ryūgujo. The palace rose from the ocean floor like a fever dream made manifest. Walls of coral, red and white and gold, twisted into impossible architectures. Towers of mother of pearl spiraled upward, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent fire. Gardens of impossible beauty surrounded the structure, flowers that bloomed in defiance of the sunless depths, their petals crafted from living gemstones. Rubies unfurled like roses, sapphires blossomed like morning glories, emeralds spread their leaves in verdant profusion. Fish of every conceivable color, and colors Taro had never imagined, moved through the gardens like mobile rainbows. The very water seemed to sing a low thrumming melody that resonated in Taro's bones. As the turtle carried him to the palace gates, figures emerged to meet them. The Dragon King's court, Taro realized with mounting wonder. They were humanoid in shape, but moved with the fluid grace of sea creatures. Some had scales that caught the ethereal light. Others bore fins like gossamer veils. Their garments flowed around them, neither quite solid nor quite liquid, fashioned from sea foam and moonlight and the dreams of drowning sailors. The gates swung open, massive things of wrought gold and black coral, and the turtle bore Taro into the heart of the palace. The throne room defied description, the ceiling arched overhead, impossibly high, studded with pearls the size of a man's head that glowed with soft luminescence. The walls were living things, coral colonies that shifted slowly, their polyps creating ever-changing patterns of beauty. The floor was polished abalone reflecting everything in warped iridescent mirrors, and upon a throne of whalebone and silver sat the Dragon King himself. Ryūjin was magnificent and terrible in equal measure. His form shifted as Taro watched, now more man than beast, now more serpent than human. Scales of deepest blue covered portions of his body, giving way to skin pale as pearl. His face was ageless, bearing the wisdom of centuries and the vital force of youth. Antlers sprouted from his brow, branching like coral, and his eyes were the ocean itself, fathomless, ancient, containing multitudes. Urashima Taro, the Dragon King's voice rumbled through the water like distant thunder. You have honored one of my subjects with your compassion. Few mortals would pause in their busy lives to spare a thought for a creature they deem beneath them. Fewer still would act upon that compassion. For this, you have earned my gratitude. Taro prostrated himself, overwhelmed. Great King, I acted only as any decent man would. And yet so few do. Ryūjin gestured, and courtiers rushed forward. You will be my honored guest. Rest, feast, enjoy the wonders of Ryūgujo for as long as you desire. Nothing will be denied you. What followed existed outside of time, outside of the normal flow of mortal experience. Taro was given chambers more sumptuous than any emperor's palace. Servants attended to his every need, beings of impossible beauty who moved like water-made flesh. He was clothed in robes that seemed woven from light itself, soft as cloud and shimmering with all the colors of the deep. The feasts were beyond imagining. Delicacies from every corner of the ocean were laid before him. Fish that melted on the tongue like butter, seaweed that tasted of honey and starlight, fruits that grew in the enchanted gardens, their juices bursting with flavors that had no earthly equivalent. Wine flowed freely, not wine of grapes, but essence pressed from coral blossoms and sea roses, sparkling in golden goblets, filling Taro with warmth and contentment. But the greatest wonder was the princess. Otohime, daughter of the Dragon King, was beauty incarnate. Her hair flowed around her like living silk, black as the deepest trenches of the ocean. Her skin held the luster of pearls, and her eyes were her father's eyes, holding the vastness of the sea within them. When she spoke, her voice was the whisper of waves on distant shores. When she moved, she commanded the water itself, and it obeyed. She became Taro's constant companion. Together they walked through the impossible gardens, where she taught him the names of flowers that bloomed nowhere else in all creation. They rode upon the backs of great sea creatures, leviathans gentle as lambs in the presence of their princess. She showed him the 4 seasons of Ryūkyū, each represented in a different wing of the palace. In the Eastern Palace, eternal spring reigned. Cherry blossoms, somehow thriving beneath the waves, rained their petals in perpetual celebration. The air, if air it could be called, was perfumed with plum and apricot, and birds of living light sang from branches of coral. The Southern Palace held summer. Here the water was warm, almost hot, and the light blazed with the intensity of noon. Tropical gardens flourished, vibrant and lush, and the sound of summer insects. How could insects live beneath the sea? But they did, filled the halls with their humming chorus. In the Western Palace, autumn held sway. Maple leaves of red and gold drifted through the water, never decaying, forever caught in that perfect moment of seasonal transition. The light here was amber and honey gold, and a melancholy beauty suffused everything. And the Northern Palace, here was winter. Ice crystals formed in delicate fractals, suspended in the frigid water. Snow fell upward, each flake a tiny masterpiece of frozen perfection. The silence here was profound, broken only by the whisper of Otohime's voice as she told Taro stories of ages past. Days melted into weeks, weeks into what might have been months. Time held no meaning in Ryūkyū. Taro felt no hunger beyond the pleasure of feasting, no weariness beyond the comfort of rest. And always, always, Otohime was there, her presence a constant source of joy and wonder. He realized with some surprise, happy, profoundly, completely happy in a way he had never been in his simple fishing village. But even in paradise, shadows linger. One evening, though evening and morning were abstractions here, as Taro and Otohime sat in the Eastern Palace watching the eternal cherry blossoms fall, a thought arose unbidden in his mind. his parents. The memories struck him like a physical blow. His aged mother and father waiting in their cottage for a son who had not returned. How long had he been gone? Days? Weeks? They would be worried sick, perhaps thinking him drowned, lost to the indifferent sea that had taken so many fishermen before him. "Otto Jaime," Taro said, and his voice carried a weight it had not held in all his time beneath the waves. "I must return home. My parents, they will think me dead." The princess's face, so often bright with joy, clouded with sorrow. She had known this moment would come, perhaps had dreaded it since the day Taro first arrived. "If you must go," she said softly, "then go you shall. We cannot keep you here against your will. But Taro, please, before you leave, accept a gift from me." She produced from the folds of her luminous gown a small box. It was crafted from precious materials, jade and gold, mother of pearl and ivory. Its surface carved with intricate designs of waves and clouds and creatures of the deep. It fit comfortably in a man's palm, and it was sealed shut with red cord. "This is a tamatabako," Otto Jaime said, pressing the box into Taro's hands. "A jeweled casket. Keep it with you always." But Taro, her eyes met his, urgent and pleading. "Never open it. No matter what happens, no matter how great the temptation, you must never look inside. Do you understand?" Taro nodded, though he did not understand at all. What could be in such a small box that must never be revealed? But he saw the intensity in Otto Jaime's gaze, and knew that this was no mere whim. "I promise," he said. The farewell was bittersweet. The Dragon King himself came to bid Taro goodbye, bestowing upon him gifts, a pouch of jewels, a robe that would never wear, a blessing of safe passage through all waters. But these material gifts paled beside the ache in Taro's heart as he looked upon Otto Jaime's face one final time. Had he loved her? Did love even have meaning in that timeless realm? He knew only that leaving her felt like tearing away a piece of his own soul. The turtle, faithful, patient, bore him upward once more. Up through the darkening waters, up through the forests of kelp and schools of glittering fish, up toward the distant shimmer of the surface. The ascent seemed longer than the descent had been, or perhaps Taro was simply more aware now of what he was leaving behind. The weight of the tamatabako in his hands was a constant reminder of the wonder he was abandoning for the sake of duty. At last his head broke the surface. Air, real air, harsh and cold after the gentle atmosphere of Ryugu-jo, filled his lungs. The turtle brought him to the familiar shore of his village, the beach where this strange journey had begun. "Farewell, Urashima Taro," the turtle said. "You have been honored by the Dragon King. Remember your promise to the princess." And with that, the turtle submerged and was gone. Taro stood on the beach, dripping and disoriented. The sun hung in the same position it had when he left, still painting the sky in copper and gold. Surely he had been gone longer than a single day. The memories were too numerous, the experiences too profound to have fit into mere hours. But there was his village, unchanged and familiar. There was the path leading to his parents' cottage. Taro began walking, the tamatabako clutched carefully in one hand. The first sign that something was wrong came when he reached the spot where his cottage should have stood. It was gone. In its place was a different structure, newer and larger, belonging to a family Taro did not recognize. Confused, he wandered into the village proper, but nothing was as he remembered. The streets were different. The buildings had changed. Even the people, the faces were all strange to him, no one he recognized. An old woman sat outside one of the houses, ancient and withered, spinning thread in the fading light. "Excuse me," Taro approached her, his voice uncertain. "I'm looking for the cottage of Urashima. It used to be just up that path." The old woman squinted up at him with rheumy eyes. "Urashima? That name is familiar." "Ah, yes, I remember now. My grandmother used to tell stories about the Urashima family. But that was long ago, very long ago." "Long ago?" Taro's voice cracked. "What do you mean?" "Well, there was a young man, Urashima Taro, I think his name was, a fisherman. One day he went out to sea and never returned. His parents waited for him until they died of old age, still hoping their son might come home. But that was..." The old woman paused, calculating. Must have been 300 years ago now, maybe more. The world tilted. Taro staggered, his legs suddenly weak. 300 years. He had been gone 300 years. His parents dead for centuries. His village transformed utterly. Everyone he had ever known, everyone he had ever loved, all dust and memory, and less than memory. Taro stumbled away from the old woman, her concerned calls fading behind him. He made his way back to the beach, to the spot where the turtle had left him. The tamatabako felt impossibly heavy in his trembling hands. Time moved differently in Ryugujo, Otohime had told him once. A day beneath the waves might be a year on land, a week, a decade, a month. He had stayed months. Taro sank to his knees in the sand. The weight of 3 centuries pressed upon him, crushing in its immensity. He was alone, utterly, completely alone. A ghost haunting a world that had moved on without him. His eyes fell to the tamatabako. Never open it, Otohime had said. But why? What could possibly be inside? And what did it matter now? What did any promise matter when everything he had known was gone? When he existed in a world where he had no place, no purpose, no connection to anything or anyone. With trembling fingers, Taro pulled at the red cord binding the box shut. It fell away easily. The lid opened with a soft click. From the box emerged a wisp of smoke, white and ethereal. It curled upward like a living thing. It surrounded Taro, engulfed him, penetrated him, and he understood. The box had contained his years. All the years that had passed while he dwelt in the timeless palace beneath the wave. 300 years of aging, held in suspension by Otohime's magic, kept at bay by the sealed box. Now those years descended upon him all at once. Taro felt his hair turn white, then fall away. His skin smooth and young moments before, dried and cracked and withered. His back bent under a weight that had nothing to do with physical burden. His eyes dimmed, his hearing faded. His bones became brittle as dried seaweed. He tried to cry out, but his voice was the rasp of wind through dead leaves. In the space of seconds, Urashi Mataro became what he should have been. An impossibly ancient man, older than any mortal had right to be, bearing the weight of 3 centuries in a body that could no longer sustain such a burden. He collapsed onto the sand. As consciousness fled, as the final darkness closed in, Taro's last sight was of the sea, the eternal, unchanging sea, and he thought he saw, far out on the water, a familiar shape, a turtle, watching. Or perhaps it was nothing but the fading dream of a man who had touched paradise and paid its price. The waves whispered their endless song on the shore, indifferent to the tragedy they had witnessed. Tomorrow, fishermen would find the withered husk of an ancient man on the beach, the empty tamatabako clutched in his skeletal fingers. They would wonder who he was, this impossibly old stranger. But they would never know. They would never understand. The sea keeps its secrets. In the age of gods, when the boundary between heaven and earth was gossamer thin, there descended from the high plane of heaven a deity whose nature was as tempestuous as the storms he commanded. Susanoo, brother to Amaterasu the sun goddess, had been banished from the celestial realm for his violent and disruptive behavior. Cast down to the provinces of Izumo, he wandered the earth in disgrace, his divine power undiminished, but his purpose unclear. On a day when the sky hung heavy with unborn rain, Susanoo followed the course of the high river through verdant countryside. The landscape was beautiful, rolling hills covered in cedar and pine, rice fields ripening to gold, villages nestled peacefully in the valleys. Yet something felt wrong. The very air thrummed with a tension Susanoo could not name, as if the land itself held its breath in anticipation of some horror. As the god walked beside the rushing water, he noticed something strange. Chopsticks floating down the river, carved and polished, clearly of human make, they bobbed and turned in the current. Where there were chopsticks, there were people, and where there were people, there might be offerings, worship, purpose. Susanoo followed the river upstream. The sound reached him first, weeping, low and desolate, the sound of grief beyond comfort. Rounding a bend, he came upon a dwelling, modest but well kept, and before it sat an old man and woman. Between them sat a young girl of surpassing beauty, her face hidden in her hands, her shoulders shaking with sobs. All 3 were crying. Susanoo approached, his divine nature cloaked but still radiating a subtle power that made the air around him shimmer with heat. "Why do you weep?" he asked, his voice like distant thunder. The old man looked up, tears streaming through his whiskers. "Who asks?" he said. "I am Susanoo no Makoto, descended from the high plane of heaven," the god replied. "And you?" The old man's eyes widened. He prostrated himself immediately, and his wife and daughter followed suit. "Great deity, I am Ashinazuchi, and this is my wife Tenazuchi. We are earthly deities ourselves, though of far lesser power than you." This is our daughter, Kushinada Hime. Rise, Susanoo commanded, and tell me the cause of your distress. Ashinazuchi's face crumpled with renewed grief. Great Susanoo, a terrible curse afflicts our family. Once my wife and I had 8 daughters, 8 beautiful girls, each one precious to us. But for 7 years, a monster has come to this province. A demon serpent of unimaginable horror. It is called Yamata no Orochi, the 8-forked serpent. Each year it demands a sacrifice. Each year we have been forced to give up one of our daughters to its insatiable hunger. The old man's voice broke. Kushinada Hime is our last surviving child. And now the time has come again. Soon the Orochi will arrive to claim her. We are powerless to stop it. Susanoo's eyes narrowed. His hand went to his sword, the divine blade Totsuka no Tsurugi, capable of cutting through anything in existence. Describe this serpent to me. Tenazuchi, the mother, spoke up, her voice hollow with dread. It is vast, great God. Its body stretches across 8 valleys and 8 hills. It has 8 heads, each one capable of swallowing a man whole. 8 tails lash behind it, each as thick as an ancient cedar. Its eyes glow red as winter cherries, burning with malevolent hunger. On its back, trees and moss grow as if on a mountain. Its belly is always stained with blood, the blood of our daughters. Each year it comes, Ashinazuchi added, and we are helpless. We have prayed to all the local gods, made offerings at every shrine, but none can stand against the Orochi. It is a primordial thing, born from the chaos that existed before the world took its current form. It is fear made flesh, nightmare given life. Susanoo studied the weeping family, his mind working. Here was purpose, clear and undeniable. A monster to slay, innocence to save. A chance to prove himself worthy of returning to heaven. And the girl, Kushinada Hime. He had not failed to notice her beauty, even through her tears. I will save your daughter, Susanoo declared. I will destroy this Orochi. The elderly couple gasped, hardly daring to hope. Truly? But great God, many have tried. Warriors, sorcerers, even other deities of local standing. All have fallen to the serpent's fury. They were not me, Susanoo said simply. Then, with a slight smile, he added, but I require payment for this service. Ashinazuchi and Tenazuchi exchanged glances. Anything, great God. We have little, but what we possess is yours. I want your daughter. Kushinada Hime will be my bride. Silence fell. The girl looked up for the first time, her tear-stained face beautiful even in despair. She met Susanoo's gaze, and something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, or destiny acknowledging itself. Give me your daughter, Susanoo continued, and I will give you her life. More than that, I will free this entire province from the terror that has gripped it for 7 years. What choice did they have? Ashinazuchi nodded, and Tenazuchi, though her heart ached at the thought of losing her last child even to a god, agreed as well. Then it is settled, Susanoo said. Now I will need your help in preparing. Do exactly as I instruct." The god's plan was cunning, playing upon the serpent's nature. He commanded the family to brew sake, not ordinary rice wine, but a dozen concoction, refined 8 times until it held potency beyond any mortal liquor. Then he instructed them to build a fence with 8 gates, and behind each gate to place a platform holding a great vat of the powerful sake. As for Kushinada Hime, Susanoo worked a transformation. With a gesture, he changed the girl into a comb, an ornate thing of precious material, and tucked it into his hair. She would be safe there, he assured her frightened parents, hidden from the serpent's sight until the battle was won. Then came the waiting. They did not wait long. As dusk settled over the province, a sound began building in the distance, a rustling, scraping noise like 1,000 trees being dragged across stone. The ground trembled, birds fell silent. Every animal within miles fled in blind terror. The Orochi was coming. It emerged from the forest like a living nightmare. Ashinazuchi and Tenazuchi, watching from a safe distance as Susanoo had commanded, felt their legs weaken at the sight. No description could capture the horror of the thing. 8 heads rose into the darkening sky, each mounted on a neck as thick as a temple pillar. The heads were serpentine but wrong, the eyes too large and burning with hate-filled intelligence, the mouths bristling with fangs like sword blades. Saliva dripped from its many jaws, hissing where it struck the earth. The body undulated with obscene vitality, scales rasping against themselves, each scale the size of a warrior's shield, and the tails, 8 writhing appendages that could crush stone, that had leveled forests in the serpent's passing. The Orochi's heads quested about, nostrils flaring, searching for the scent of the sacrifice. Where was the girl? Where was the tender flesh it had been promised? Then the heads noticed the fence, the 8 gates, and behind each gate, the serpent's keen sense of smell detected the sake, rich, powerful, intoxicating even from a distance. One head approached a gate cautiously, then plunged forward, finding the vat and beginning to drink in great gulping swallows. Seeing this, the other 7 heads rushed to their respective gates, not wanting to miss out on this unexpected gift. The sound of their drinking echoed across the valley, slurping, gulping, the splash of sake spilling from corners of 2 large mouths. Susanoo watched from his hiding place, waiting with the patience of a predator. The Orochi drank and drank. The sake, refined 8 times, was strong enough to fell 100 men. For the serpent, it would take more, but not much more. The 8 heads began to sway. Their movements grew less coordinated. The baleful intelligence in their eyes dimmed, replaced by the dull glaze of intoxication. One by one, the heads drooped. The massive body settled to the ground with a crash that shook the earth. The tails twitched, once, twice, then lay still. A rumbling sound emanated from the serpent, the sound of breathing, deep and rhythmic. The Orochi slept. Now Susanoo emerged from hiding, his sword gleaming in the last light of day. He approached the fallen serpent without fear, divine purpose burning in his heart. The Totsuka no Tsurugi sang as it left its sheath. a sound like ringing crystal, pure and deadly. Susanoo raised the blade high and brought it down upon the nearest head. The sword cut through flesh and bone and scale as if they were paper. The first head tumbled free, separated from its neck in a spray of dark blood. The serpent's body convulsed, but the creature was too drunk, too far gone to properly respond. Susanoo moved to the second head. His blade flashed in the gathering dark. The second head fell. Third, fourth, fifth, methodically, relentlessly, the storm god worked his way around the serpent's body. Each head fell in turn. Black blood pooled on the ground, steaming in the cool evening air. The Orochi thrashed weakly, its death throes devastating even in their muted state. Trees splintered, the earth split, but Susanoo danced between the writhing coils, untouchable as the wind. 6 heads lay severed. 7. The 8th and final head tried to rise, some last desperate instinct for survival cutting through the haze of sake and approaching death. It opened its jaws wide, venomous fangs glistening. Susanoo drove his sword straight into the gaping mouth, piercing through the roof of the serpent's mouth and into its brain. The head dropped, eyes glazing over, tongue lolling out in final defeat. But Susanoo was not finished. The body still twitched with latent life. He began to cut, slicing through the massive carcass, ensuring that no part of the demon would rise again. As his blade carved through one of the tails, Susanoo felt the Totsuka no Tsurugi strike something hard. Another blade buried within the serpent's flesh. Curious, he reached into the gore and drew forth a sword. Even coated in the Orochi's blood, the weapon was magnificent. The blade seemed to shimmer with its own light, and clouds, or perhaps mist, appeared to play along its length. Susanoo felt the power radiating from it immediately. This was no ordinary weapon. This was a divine sword, perhaps as old as creation itself. Swallowed by the Orochi, centuries passed and preserved within its body. He would later present this sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting blade, to his sister Amaterasu as a token of reconciliation. But for now, he simply cleaned it and set it aside, marveling at this unexpected treasure. The Orochi was dead. 8 heads, 8 tails, all severed and still. The nightmare that had terrorized Izumo for 7 years was ended. Susanoo removed the comb from his hair and transformed Kusanada Haim back into her human form. She stood before him, no longer weeping, her eyes filled with wonder and gratitude, and something else. Perhaps the first stirrings of love for the god who had saved her. Ashinazuchi and Tenazuchi rushed forward, crying out in joy, embracing their daughter who they had thought lost forever. "The Orochi is slain," Susanoo announced. "Your daughter is safe. Your province is free." And so it was that Susanoo took Kusanada Hime as his bride, and they built a palace in Shuga, in the province of Izumo. It is said that when the palace was completed, clouds rose up around it, and Susanoo composed a poem, the first poem ever created in Japan. Many clouds rise, the eightfold fence of Izumo makes an eightfold fence for the spouses to retire within. Oh, that eightfold fence. And there they lived, the storm god and his bride, and their descendants became the rulers of Izumo, and peace settled over the land like a benediction. The Orochi's bones bleached white in the sun and were eventually reclaimed by the earth. But stories of the great serpent and the god who slew it passed into legend, told and retold around firesides for generations without number. And whenever thunder rolled across the sky, people would remember Susanoo and give thanks that he had come to their province in its darkest hour. In the city of Shimonoseki, where the straits narrow and the waters churn with eternal restlessness, there lived a musician named Hoichi. He was a young man, barely 20, and though blind from birth, he possessed a gift that transcended mere sight. Hoichi could play the biwa, the traditional lute, with such skill that it was said the gods themselves paused to listen. But his true mastery lay in his voice and his ability to recite the tales of old. He had memorized the entire Heike Monogatari, the epic chronicle of the war between the Taira and Minamoto clans. And when he performed it, his audience was transported to those blood-soaked battlefields of centuries past. They could see, through his words and music, the clash of armies. They could hear the war cries, the death songs, the lamentations of the fallen. They could feel the weight of honor and the bitter taste of defeat. Hoichi lived at the Amidaji Temple, a modest sanctuary perched overlooking the straits where legend held the final battle between the Taira and Minamoto had raged. The priests there had taken him in as a child, raised him, taught him the sutras alongside his music. In return, Hoichi performed for visitors and helped maintain the temple grounds as best a blind man could. The head priest, an elderly monk named Chimon, was fond of young Hoichi. He worried for the boy, though. There was something unworldly about his talent, as if the music and stories poured through Hoichi from some other realm. And the temple, old Chimon knew, was not always entirely safe after dark. The straits had claimed many lives over the centuries. The final battle of the Taira clan had been particularly catastrophic. Defeated utterly, the Taira warriors had drowned themselves in these very waters rather than face capture. The child Emperor Antoku, barely 7 years old, had been carried beneath the waves by his grandmother. Hundreds had perished, and it was whispered that their spirits had never found rest. On certain nights, local fishermen reported seeing strange lights over the water, ghostly fires bobbing in the darkness. On certain nights, you could hear, if you listened carefully, the sound of distant battle, the clash of weapons, the cries of dying men, all echoing across centuries. Hoichi, in his blindness, could not see the lights. But sometimes, as he played his biwa late at night, he thought he could hear those distant echoes. They called to something within him, drew his music toward themes of battle and loss. It was on one such night, when the other priests had gone to attend a memorial service in a neighboring village, that Hoichi encountered the visitor. He sat on the temple veranda, his biwa in his lap, playing for his own enjoyment. The night was warm and still, the air thick with the scent of incense and sea salt. His fingers danced across the strings, and he began to sing, a passage from the Heike Monogatari, the part describing the death of the young Emperor Antoku. The child emperor, barely 7 years of age, knew that the end had come. His grandmother, Lady Nii, took him in her arms. "Where are you taking me?" the boy asked. "To paradise," she replied. "To a capital beneath the waves, far better than this world of sorrow." Hoichi's voice broke with emotion as he sang. He always wept at this part, feeling the tragedy of that child, an innocent caught up in the ruthless currents of war and politics. He was so absorbed in his performance that he did not hear the footsteps approaching, did not sense the presence until a voice, deep and authoritative, spoke from the darkness. "Hoichi." The musician froze, his hands stilling on the strings. "Who's there?" "Your music has reached the ears of a great lord," the voice continued. "He is deeply moved by your skill and wishes you to perform for him and his court. You will come with me now." I am honored," Hoichi stammered. "But the priests are away. I should wait for their return." "The Lord does not wait. His time is precious. You will be returned before dawn. The priests need never know. Come." There was a quality to the voice that brooked no refusal, a weight of authority that Hoichi, accustomed to obedience, could not resist. He stood cradling his biwa and felt a strong hand grasp his arm. "Follow me." The journey through the night seemed to take hours, and no time at all. The hand on Hoichi's arm guided him surely through paths he did not recognize. He could hear the sound of the sea growing louder, then fading. The terrain beneath his feet changed. Soft earth, then stone, then wooden planks. At last they arrived at what must have been a great mansion. Hoichi heard the massive gates creak open, sensed the presence of many people moving about. He was led through corridor after corridor, his feet whispering across polished floors. The air grew thick with the scent of expensive incense and perfume. Finally, he was brought to a great hall. He could sense its vastness, the way sound echoed, the current of air moving through a large space. And there were people, many, many people. He could hear the rustle of silk garments, the murmur of refined conversation, the clink of cups and dishes. "My lord," the voice of his guide announced, "I have brought the musician Hoichi as you commanded." "Excellent," a new voice replied, this one even more authoritative, resonant with power. "Hoichi, you are in the presence of a noble court. We have heard tales of your mastery of the Heike Monogatari. You will perform for us now. Specifically, we wish to hear the account of the Battle of Dan no Ura, where the Taira clan met their final fate." Hoichi's throat went dry. The Battle of Dan no Ura was the climax of the entire epic, the most dramatic and emotionally devastating portion. It would take hours to perform properly, but he could not refuse. He took his seat, adjusted his biwa, and began. His fingers struck the strings with practiced precision. His voice rose, clear and strong, filling the great hall with the tragedy of that ancient battle. He sang of the Taira fleet, surrounded and desperate, of the young emperor clutching his grandmother's hand as she led him to the edge of the ship, of warriors choosing death over dishonor, flinging themselves into the churning waters. As he performed, something strange happened. Hoichi became aware of an intense emotional atmosphere in the hall. His audience was not merely listening, they were experiencing the story as if they had lived it themselves. He could hear women weeping, men groaning in anguish. The clatter of cups dropped in trembling hands. He played and sang until his voice grew hoarse, until his fingers ached, until the final mournful note of the tale faded into silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then the great Lord's voice came, thick with emotion. Magnificent. You have honored us with your art, Hoichi. You will return tomorrow night and the night after. Each night, you will perform for us until the entire tale is told. But, and here the voice took on a stern quality, you must not speak of this to anyone. Not to the priests at your temple, not to anyone. If you reveal that you come here, terrible consequences will follow. Do you understand? I understand, my lord. Good. You will be escorted back to your temple. The guard will collect you again tomorrow at the same hour. And so Hoichi was led back through the maze of corridors, back through the night, back to the temple veranda where this strange adventure had begun. As the hand released his arm, he heard the footsteps retreating into darkness. Hoichi sat there, dazed and confused. Had it been a dream? But no. His fingers still ached from playing. His throat was raw from singing. The priests returned at dawn. Old Chimon immediately noticed that something was amiss. Hoichi, you look exhausted. Did you sleep at all? Yes, I slept well, Hoichi lied, remembering his oath of secrecy. That night, the samurai returned. Hoichi now thought of his guide as a samurai, for he wore armor that clinked with each step. Again, he was led through the darkness to the great mansion. Again, he performed before the invisible noble court. Again, he heard the weeping and lamentations as he sang of ancient sorrows. On the third night, old Shimon grew suspicious. He instructed the other priests to keep watch over Hoichi after dark. When the young musician rose and crept from his room, the priests followed at a distance. What they saw filled them with terror. Hoichi, alone and apparently in a trance, walked not toward any mansion, but toward the temple cemetery, the graveyard where the Taira clan's memorial stones stood, hundreds of them, marking the warriors who had died in the Battle of Dan no Ura. And there, in the center of the cemetery, Hoichi sat upon the grave of the child emperor Antoku and began to play his biwa. He was surrounded by ghost lights, pale flickering flames that bobbed and weaved around him. The priests, frozen in horror, realized the truth. Hoichi was performing not for nobles, but for ghosts. The spirits of the Taira clan, unable to rest, were compelling him to sing their story night after night. The priests rushed forward and seized Hoichi, breaking whatever spell held him. The blind musician cried out in confusion as they dragged him back to the temple. "You are in grave danger," Chimon told him, once they were safely inside. "The spirits of the Taira have claimed you. They will drain your life force if you continue to perform for them." "But I made a promise," Hoichi protested. "I cannot break my word to a lord. That lord is dead, has been dead for 700 years. We must protect you, or you will join them in death." The priests held a hurried conference. They needed to hide Hoichi from the ghosts. But how does one hide from spirits? At last, they settled on a plan. They stripped Hoichi to his skin and began to paint sutras upon his body, every inch of flesh covered with sacred Buddhist texts. The Heart Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, prayers to Amida Buddha, all inscribed in black ink across his torso, his arms, his legs, his face. The holy words would render him invisible to ghostly eyes, they explained. You must remain perfectly still and silent in the main hall tonight, Jimon instructed. No matter what happens, do not speak, do not move, do not even breathe loudly. If the spirits cannot find you, they will eventually give up and depart. Night fell. Hoichi sat motionless in the temple hall, every inch of his body covered in protective scripture. He heard the other priests barricade themselves in their rooms, leaving him alone. The hours crawled past. Then, from outside, came the sound of armored footsteps. The samurai had returned to collect him. "Hoichi, Hoichi," the voice called. "Why do you delay? The Lord grows impatient. Come." Silence. Hoichi remained frozen, not even daring to breathe. He heard the footsteps enter the temple, heard them drawing closer. "Strange," the voice muttered. "I was certain he would be here." The footsteps approached, stopped, were directly in front of Hoichi. "I see no body," the voice said, confused. "And yet... Wait, what is this?" To his horror, Hoichi felt a cold hand grasp one of his ears. In their haste, the priests had forgotten to paint sutras upon his ears. While the rest of him was invisible to the ghost, his ears remained visible. Ah, here is a piece of him. Just the ears floating in the air. How strange. But I must bring something back to prove I tried to fulfill my duty. Hoichi felt a cold blade touch his ear. The samurai was going to cut them off as evidence. Pain, sharp and overwhelming, lanced through his skull as the ghost's sword began to cut. But Hoichi did not cry out, did not move. He bit his tongue until it bled, but remained perfectly still and silent. To react would be to reveal himself completely, and certain death would follow. The ghost severed first one ear, then the other. Hoichi felt blood streaming down his neck, but maintained his frozen posture. After an eternity, the footsteps retreated. "I will tell my lord I could find only these ears," the voice muttered, fading into the distance. Most peculiar, only when he was certain the spirit had departed did Hoichi allow himself to slump forward, gasping in agony. The priests rushed from their hiding places, horrified at the sight of the blood, but relieved that Hoichi had survived. They treated his wounds as best they could. The ears were gone, leaving only scarred stumps on either side of his head. From that day forward, he was known as Hoichi the Earless, and his fame spread far and wide. For you see, despite his mutilation, or perhaps because of it, Hoichi's music became even more powerful. Those who heard him play and sing the Heike Monogatari said that it sounded as if the ghosts themselves were singing through him. His performances drew crowds from across Japan. He was summoned to perform before the shogun himself, showered with gifts and honors. But Hoichi never returned to the cemetery after dark. And on quiet nights, when the moon was dark and the sea fog rolled in thick, he would sit on the temple veranda and play his biwa, and wonder. Did the Tyra ghosts still wander the straits, searching for peace? Had his music brought them any comfort, even briefly? Or had he merely been a curiosity to them, a living toy for the dead to play with? He would never know. But he played on night after night, his music drifting out over the churning waters where 700 years before, an empire had drowned. And sometimes on those darkest nights, ghost lights would appear over the straits, pale flames bobbing and weaving in ancient patterns. And Hoichi would turn his airless head toward them and continue playing, his biwa singing the sorrows of the dead to the endless, indifferent sea. In the days when emperors still believed in magic, when the moon hung closer to the earth than it does now, there lived an old bamboo cutter named Takatori. He was a simple man bent with age who made his living harvesting bamboo from the groves that climbed the hillsides near his village. Each morning he would take his tools and venture into the rustling green forest, selecting the finest stalks to cut and sell. His life was one of quiet repetition, marked by the changing seasons and the slow accumulation of years. He had no children, no heirs, just himself and his elderly wife, growing old together in their modest dwelling, accepting their lot with the resignation of those who have learned not to expect miracles, until the day the miracle came. It was early autumn, that melancholy season when the world begins its slow surrender to winter. Takatori moved through his familiar grove, examining the bamboo stalks with practiced eyes. Then he noticed something strange. One stalk, taller and straighter than all the others, seemed to glow with an inner light. A soft golden radiance emanated from within the bamboo itself, as if a tiny sun had been trapped inside. Curious and somewhat unnerved, Takatori approached the glowing stalk. He raised his cutting blade and, with a single stroke, split the bamboo open. Inside, nestled in the hollow core, was a child. She was no larger than his thumb, this infant, and she glowed with the same golden light that had drawn him to the bamboo. Her tiny face was perfect, serene, beautiful beyond anything Takatori had ever seen. As he stared in wonder, the child opened her eyes, dark as midnight, deep as eternity, and smiled at him. Takatori's hands trembled as he lifted the miniature child from her bamboo cradle. She was warm, alive, real despite her impossible nature. His heart, weathered and worn by a lifetime of disappointment, suddenly filled with a fierce and protective love. He carried her home, cradled carefully in his palm, and showed her to his wife. The old woman wept at the sight, understanding without words that this was a gift from powers beyond mortal comprehension. They had been given a daughter in their twilight years, a chance at the family they had long ago stopped praying for. They named her Kaguya Hime, the Shining Princess. The child grew with preternatural speed. Within 3 months she had reached the size and appearance of a young woman of 15. But it was not merely her rapid growth that amazed all who beheld her. Kaguya Hime possessed a beauty that seemed to belong to another world entirely. Her face was luminous as the full moon, her movements carried an otherworldly grace, and when she spoke, her voice was like wind chimes singing in a summer breeze. Yet there was something indefinably sad about her, as if she carried within her heart a sorrow she could not name. As Kaguya Hime grew, so too did Takatori's fortunes change. Each time he went to cut bamboo, he would find nuggets of gold hidden within the stalks, enough gold to transform him from a poor laborer into a man of considerable wealth. He built a fine house to shelter his daughter, surrounded it with gardens of surpassing beauty, and hired servants to attend to her every need. But he could not protect her from the attention her beauty attracted. Word of Kaguya Hime spread throughout the province, then throughout the empire. Men came from distant lands hoping merely to glimpse her face. 5 princes, each wealthy and powerful beyond measure, came seeking her hand in marriage. They gathered at Takatori's gate, these noble suitors, and each proclaimed his worthiness. Each promised riches, power, devotion. Each was certain that he alone deserved to claim the moon-faced maiden as his bride. But Kaguya Hime looked upon them with those fathomless eyes and felt nothing but a strange emptiness. She did not wish to marry any of them, yet neither could she simply refuse. Such rejection would bring shame upon her adopted father, whose status in society now depended on the alliances these marriages might forge. So instead, she devised a test. To each prince she assigned an impossible task. To the first she said, "Bring me the stone begging bowl of the Buddha from India." To the second, "Bring me a jeweled branch from the island of Harai, where the trees grow gems instead of fruit." To the third, "Bring me the legendary robe of the fire rat from China, which cannot be burned." To the fourth, "Bring me a colored jewel from the neck of a dragon." To the fifth, "Bring me a cowrie shell born from a swallow." The princes departed, each confident in his ability to fulfill his task and win the hand of the most beautiful woman in Japan. Years passed. The first prince, unwilling to make the arduous journey to India, simply purchased an ordinary begging bowl and claimed it was the Buddha's. But when Kaguya Hime held the bowl, it did not glow with holy light as the true relic would have. His deception was revealed, and he departed in shame. The second prince hired craftsmen to create a jeweled branch of such exquisite workmanship that it might pass for the genuine article. But when he presented it to Kaguya Hime, the craftsmen he had cheated arrived demanding payment. The deception unraveled, and he too slunk away in disgrace. The third prince searched throughout China but could not find the legendary robe. In desperation, he purchased an ordinary fur and presented it as the robe of the fire rat. Kaguya Hime immediately threw it into the fire. It burned to ash in seconds, and the prince's lie was exposed. The fourth prince actually sought out a dragon, but in the attempt to steal its jewel, he was nearly killed. He returned empty-handed, broken in body and spirit. The fifth prince died in his pursuit, killed in a storm while trying to capture a swallow to extract its shell. Kaguya Hime had known from the beginning that the tasks were impossible. She had hoped that the princes would realize the futility of their quests and abandon their suits, sparing everyone the pain of outright rejection. She took no pleasure in their failures. Indeed, when she learned of the fifth prince's death, she wept for 3 days, mourning the life lost in pursuit of something that could never be. Even the emperor himself, hearing tales of Kaguya Hime's incomparable beauty, came to see her. He commanded that she enter his service, become a lady of the court. But when he gazed upon her face, something in her eyes gave him pause. There was an ancient sorrow there, a knowledge that transcended mortal understanding. He found he could not command her, could not treat her as a subject. Instead, he simply asked to be allowed to visit her from time to time, to speak with her as one might speak with a friend. This Kaguya Hime granted. The emperor came often, and they would sit in the garden beneath the moon, speaking of philosophy and poetry, of the nature of beauty and the burden of power. She never loved him as he came to love her, but she valued his companionship. He alone seemed to understand that she was somehow separate from the world, a visitor rather than an inhabitant. 3 years after the emperor's first visit, on a night when the full moon hung heavy and bright in the sky, Kaguya Hime began to weep. Takatori found her in the garden, her face turned upward toward the moon, tears streaming down her luminous cheeks. "Daughter," he said, his old heart clenching with fear. "What troubles you? I must confess something to you." "Dear father," she said, her voice thick with sorrow, "I am not of this world. I come from the capital of the moon, sent to earth as punishment for some transgression I cannot now recall. My time here has been my sentence, and you and your kind wife, have been my jailers, though you knew it not." Takatori felt the world tilting beneath his feet. "What are you saying?" "In 7 days, when the moon is full once more, the celestial embassy will come to retrieve me. I must return to the moon, to the place I came from. Our time together is ending." "No," the old man's voice cracked. "I will not allow it. I will hide you, protect you. I will—" "You cannot prevent what must be," Kaguya Hime said gently. "No mortal power can stand against the emissaries of the moon. I'm so sorry, father. These years with you have been the happiest of my existence. I had forgotten what it meant to live simply, to love purely, to be part of something small and precious. You gave me that gift. But now the debt is paid, and I must go home." Takatori informed the emperor of what was to come. The emperor, unwilling to lose his friend, dispatched 2,000 soldiers to surround Takatori's estate. Surely, he reasoned, mortal arms could defend against even celestial beings. The days passed too quickly, each one precious and painful. On the night of the full moon they came. A light appeared in the sky, brighter than the moon itself. It descended slowly, deliberately, and as it drew near, Takatori and all those watching saw that it was a floating chariot made of pure light, attended by beings too beautiful and terrible to fully comprehend. They wore robes that shimmered like starlight, their faces expressionless and serene. The soldiers nocked their arrows, raised their spears, prepared to defend their charge. But when the celestial beings descended, the soldiers found they could not move. Their arms went slack, their weapons fell from nerveless fingers. It was not violence that subdued them, but simply the overwhelming presence of something utterly beyond mortal ken. One of the beings approached the house and spoke, though its lips did not move. The voice seemed to emanate from the air itself. "Kaguya Hime, Princess of the Moon, your exile is ended. Return to your rightful place." Inside the house, Kaguya Hime embraced Takatori one final time. The old man was openly weeping, clinging to his daughter as a drowning man clings to driftwood. "I cannot remember my life on the moon," Kaguya Hime whispered, "but I know that I will forget my life here. once I don the feather robe of heaven and drink the elixir of immortality, all memory of earth will fade from my mind. I will forget you, Father. I will forget your kindness, your love, these precious years. And that is the cruelest part of all. She pressed into his hands a small box. Inside is a letter for the Emperor and a portion of the elixir of immortality. Give him these gifts along with my deepest regret. Then she walked outside to meet her fate. The celestial beings placed upon her shoulders a robe of feathers, the hagoromo, the garment of heaven. The moment it touched her skin, something changed in Kaguya Hime's eyes. The sorrow began to fade, replaced by a serene detachment. They offered her a cup containing the elixir of immortality. She raised it to her lips, then paused. For one final moment, she looked back at Takatori, at the Emperor who had come to witness her departure, at the world she was leaving. A single tear traced its way down her cheek, the last tear she would ever shed for Earth. Then she drank. The feather robe's magic completed its work. The memories drained away like water through cupped hands. Kaguya Hime's face became as serene and expressionless as those of her celestial companions. Without a backward glance, she stepped into the chariot of light. It ascended slowly, majestically, growing smaller and smaller until it was indistinguishable from the other lights in the night sky. And then it merged with the moon and was gone. Takatori stood in his garden, staring upward at the cold, distant moon and wept. All the gold in the world could not fill the emptiness her departure had left. The Emperor, true to his promise, received Kaguya Hime's letter and the elixir of immortality. But when he read her words of gratitude and regret, words that acknowledged they would never meet again in this life or any other, he made a decision. He ordered his men to take the elixir to the summit of the highest mountain in the land and burn it. What good is immortality, he said, if it must be lived without the possibility of seeing her again? And so the elixir was taken to the mountain's peak and set aflame. The smoke rose up into the sky, as if trying to reach the moon itself. The mountain was thereafter called Fuji, Immortal Mountain. And from that day to this, smoke has occasionally been seen rising from its summit, a reminder of love lost and the bitter price of eternity. As for Takatori, he lived the remainder of his days as a wealthy but hollow man, sustained by memories that grew dimmer with each passing year. Every night he would sit in his garden and gaze up at the moon, wondering if somewhere in that cold, distant light, his daughter existed, perfect, eternal, and utterly without memory of the old bamboo cutter who had loved her as his own. The moon, as always, kept its secrets and offered no comfort. Thus concludes our evening's journey through the mists of old Japan, where heroes face impossible odds, where paradise comes at a price, where the boundary between life and death proves thinner than a ghost's breath, and where love, however pure, cannot always overcome the dictates of destiny. Sleep well, dear listeners. And if you dream tonight of underwater palaces or 8-headed serpents or spirits that walk in darkness or moon, princesses who cannot stay, know that you have touched, if only for a moment, the eternal truths that these ancient tales preserve. Until we meet again in the realm of stories. Good night.